right, let's see. Did it do a good job? My map was really laggy before. Oh yeah, there we go. Now it's nice and smooth. So if I go to pincer graphs, there we go. And then add up to 20. Okay, very nice. Very nice. All right, so now I have a bunch of feedback from a colleague on the first iteration of the map. Let me see. Hey, how's it going? I'm just working on just some feedback that my colleague gave me and trying to incorporate that in the curriculum. So, just a few things here. Here, let me open this. You can see this, right? Here, I'll put it in here. All right. Okay, pre-writing. We gotta do some scissor manipulation. Here we gotta go into the map editor. Writing. I'm doing good. I'm just trying to get this feedback incorporated into the map, and then we're gonna start writing the actual modules today. So I already have some old ones that I built, but they're really ugly, and with Claude, it's a lot easier to make them good looking. But I just want to get the high-level map done. Scissor holding, Play-Doh manipulation, hole punching. Okay, scissor holding. Sorry. Can we please make the map editor have the same zoom functionality as the child map? So specifically, if I search for a module, it should use the same zoom in and zoom out algorithm as on the map to get to it. And can you make sure that that behavior is shared between the map editor and the map? So if I change it in one place, it should change in the other automatically. It should not repeat itself. How's your learning going? Copy our broadcast URL. Where's my broadcast URL? No, I actually, the lights are kind of bright, so I wear sunglasses. And I feel like it also looks better, like to hook people in on the, like when you're browsing through the different streams. Okay. Echo. What do we got to echo? Echo this guy into settings, Twitch, X, text. When you're done, click end broadcast. Okay, so that should be good. I echoed. But I don't see the number. It's still working. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay. All right, so I need to add some scissor holding, Play-Doh manipulation, that kind of stuff. All right, let's do the zoom. Okay, it seems to be working. Is it showing me the? Here, is it showing me the active number of viewers right now, or the total number of views? Can we make OBS show the overlay with the comments so that somebody watching the stream can also see the comments from all of them? Okay, all right. Okay, is the zoom implemented yet? Hold pen. Okay, there we go. All right, so holding a pen. We probably want to expand this category. No, we can't expand it, okay. can you please expand the early development category down by a few modules, and I want to add the following underneath drinking from cup. I want to add scissor holding, clay manipulation, hole punching, tongs, and clothespin manipulation. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 categories that I want to add to immediately underneath the drinking from cup, and then stacking drinking from straw, drinking from cup, and those 5 will all be prerequisites for holding a pen, as will clapping. So all of those manipulations will go into holding a pen. Those are kind of pre-writing prerequisites. And then you'll need to move the hands. You'll need to expand the hands category downwards, and that'll expand the early development category downwards, and that will push everything down. And so please push everything down accordingly to fit those 5 new modules. That feels good. Okay. How the project going to take time? I mean, it's going to take, I think my hope is by today I should be able to have the first version out and implemented, and that way we can start testing with the kids. And we'll see if, I'm trying to get permission from some of the parents so that I can show the kids on live stream and how they're learning. We'll see if we can get some parents agreeing to that. I think that would be really, really fun. Good for the stream and good for the kids. Okay, vertical line, plus sign, circle shape, horizontal line. Let me see. So if I go here, squiggle. Okay, this one. Pencil trace digits. Okay, this one needs to go in a different category because this is copying, not tracing. So all of the tracing. Oh, hang on. We gotta wait for that one to finish. Okay, movement, self-care. Capital. Can we please look through the titles of all the modules and update? Some of them don't make sense. So specifically, for example, pencil copy capital A _ E. That one, the title of it is just pencil copy capital AE. That's not what it's supposed to say. It's supposed to say copy capitals A through E with a pencil. So things like that. So can you look through all the modules and update their descriptions to match correctly, please? Did we screw that up? Probably not dependent on pincer grasp. Let's see. Actually, maybe they are. Maybe they are. It does have limited usage, but I'm on the max plan, so it's got a lot of usage, and this is I'm normally I do run out pretty quickly because I work on multiple projects at the same time, but just for the stream, I'm working on one thing because otherwise it would be way too hard to pay attention to everything that's happening. And so yeah, sorry, I still I want people to be able to see the comments because I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube and X, and so when I get a comment from Twitch and I respond, the other people can't see what I'm responding to. All right, add it right now. Terminal scene. Well, hang on. It's overlaid on top of all my windows, so I actually want it to be in every scene. Like no matter which screen I'm looking at, I want that. I want the overlay to be shown. Let me see. Okay. All right, that'll be the next stream. You'll be able to see the comments, your own comments on the stream. Okay, let's see, is this done yet? Dependency check reads all 7 constraints hold. All right, so if I go back here, okay, that was added. All right, and now pen trace line. Why is it called? Can we also update the ID and the title of pen trace line to be pencil trace line? All of the other ones are pencil, so there shouldn't be any pen. Just use pencil. Okay, and now we want to redo these categories here. Whoops. Uh-oh. Okay, so first of all, the writing, pencil write digits. So this depends on that guy. So we're gonna move this guy over here, these guys over here. Okay, and then the tracing. So we're gonna extend this category this way, and then we're going to move this one up here, move this one up here, move this down here, and the copying can move down by 1. Can you not move down by 1? Why can we not move down? A little bit confused. Okay, so let's do this. Also, after I made these changes, I'm trying to drag the top line of the copying category down by 1. It should be resizable to be smaller now, because that top row inside copying has no modules. But when I try to do that, the line does not move. So it looks like there's a bug in the resizing, I guess maybe in the constraint checks. Can you please look at that and see what the cause is, and please fix that so I can resize by myself? Also, is there a way to resize the category so that it is smaller than some modules? I mean, for specifically with copying, I want to resize it so that I want to resize it in a way that excludes a bunch of categories. Specifically, all of the tracing should not be inside the copying category. So I want the copying category to be resized to the left all the way, until it no longer includes the pencil trace capital AE row. And then I want the tracing category to be resized downwards to include all of the pencil trace categories. So can we make that change, please? Can we also extend the reading top level category down by, let's do it by, let's do it by 5 or 6, let's do 6 modules. And then the category is going to be called phonological awareness. And for now, just make it an empty category that takes up that entire space and is as wide as hearing letter sounds. So let's make it 6, and then as wide as 6 high and as wide as hearing letter sounds. And you'll need to push everything down under reading. Everything needs to go down to be able to fit that. I mean, they do have a real cost to the tokens, right? Like, you're using their GPUs, and so it has to have some limit on the usage. You can't actually get unlimited for free. Okay. All right. This should be good. So copy capitals. Okay, this is good. Sound up the lowercase. Okay. All right. This should be good. Okay. So let's do that. And then the next thing we're going to do is we asked Claude Code to look through our existing code base. So we already have a our own app here. Okay, so this is the old janky version of the map that we had. And we've already implemented a bunch of modules, and so our goal is now to just translate those. Yeah, you can see this one's much laggier than our new one. But the goal is to translate all the implemented modules into the new design, and hopefully make them look good and kind of on theme. Oh, the other thing I wanted was pinch to zoom. That was one of the complaints. Okay, but so we basically asked Claude Code to create a prompt for Claude, because for a lot of the modules, it's easier to design them in Claude Code, because it just kind of gives you like immediate feedback. The one thing that I thought about since then, because I started doing that a couple days ago, but the one thing I thought about is, I don't know how their sandbox works, but there's going to be a lot of files, right? There's going to be one for each module, and there's like, 800 modules or whatever, and there's going to be more, and so there's just going to be so many things here in the sidebar. It's going to be kind of unwieldy to manipulate them, and so maybe it is a better idea to implement them in Claude Code, where I have like properly, Git is properly tracking. Actually, let me just see. That's one thing I wanted to ask, is if it could instantiate a Git repository inside my design system, because then I won't have a problem of losing stuff. Oh, did you get? No, you didn't get interrupted. Okay. Let's do a new chat. Are you able to instantiate a Git repository inside my design system? There's no shell. Export the project as a zip. Yes, Opus 5 is very good. Fable 5 is even better. Although for the stuff that I'm doing for this design, I haven't noticed a big difference between Opus 5 and Fable 5. Fable 5. Where I do notice a difference is if you have like some complex algorithmic work, then Fable 5 is quite a bit better. Or if it's just like a lot of pieces that are all intertangled, then Fable 5 is also better. But for most everyday work, Opus 5 is pretty good. And specifically for the design, I have not noticed a big difference. I haven't tried Sonnet recently, but in the past when I did, it was significantly weaker than Opus. So yeah, Opus is just very good. I think Sol is good as well from from OpenAI. But I also think in the next like 6 months, the free versions of all of the AIs are going to be almost as good as Opus, because there's like they're just getting better and smaller, and cheaper and faster all at the same time. So yeah, I would expect in a few months that you'll be able to do the same stuff without paying anything, or with at a much cheaper price. All right, you can't run Git. If you can't run Git, how does your Git integration work? I mean, when you pull from GitHub, what, like, how are you pulling that? How are you pulling those commits? Okay, so now let's see. Let's see if it worked. Okay, so now we have tracing. There we go. All right, so now we can move all of these together. Oh, sorry, I can't see your comment. Yeah. I think Fable especially would be very good at pen testing. All right, so now let's move all of these guys. There we go. And this guy. Well, let's see. Oh, come on. Trace digits, trace shapes, trace a squiggle, trace a line. Okay, we have those. Can we make the write the digits, trace the digits, and trace the digits with your finger? Can we make those three row dependent on each other? Do that. Where's my... What happened to my conversation? Here we go. No. Why doesn't it order these by... Okay. All right, resume. Okay. These guys need to move up. So copying. This guy moves up. This guy moves up. Nope. Okay. So we're going to move some stuff around a little bit. Let's see what's over here. Trace 2-letter words with a pencil. Oh, these are also supposed to be tracing. Okay. All right, so what other feedback do we have? Okay, same feedback. Should this be in writing? Yep. Hearing letter sounds. We did that, I think. Phonological awareness. Yep. We did that, but we didn't fill it in yet. Manipulate words. Okay, so this one we need synthesizing. repeating words. Reading language. These should probably be in. Here, we're in here. Okay. So it looks like it's done. All right, and now write the digits with a pencil. More writing to come. We need to write numbers with a pencil. Where's the 1000? Okay, so we need something up here. Okay, first we need to move. So we need to expand this category by 2. Then we need to move these guys by 2. Oh, that's gonna, let's move. Spell 50 simple words. Write 3-letter words. Okay, so this guy then needs to move here. This guy needs to move here. What is this dependent on? Mapping sounds to bigrams, so this can expand so that this can move, so that this can expand. Type a word key by key. Okay, so this needs to expand. So this can move, and this can move, and this can move. And then this guy can expand so that this can move. So this can move here, and then this guy can move. And then these guys can both move. There we go. Okay. So that fixes that. And then these tracing ones can go 1, 2, 1. Okay, and so this guy can go over here, this guy can go over here, this guy and this guy and this guy can go over here. Okay. This way, this way, this way, and this way. Okay. Oh, come on. Spam. Get out of here, spam guy. All right, let's get all of this. Okay. And now we need need to do language. So language is we're gonna move all the repeating stuff out of well, at least the repeating sounds and repeating words. Repeating letters. Repeat the claps. It's going to be more in language. No, don't level them. Keep the positions the way that I described to you, but undo the row level the row level constraints that broke. So there should be no row level constraint between trace 3-letter words with a pencil and trace 2-letter words with a pencil. Can you add a module in the writing letters category that is row dependent on write the digits with a pencil, and it's called write numbers with a pencil? And then can we also remove the row dependency, well, the dependency from write the digits with a pencil? And can we use the same pattern for digits that we do for the letters? So specifically move all of the, so immediately under trace lowercase u through z with a pencil, can you put a trace the digits with a pencil? And then do the same thing for copying. So there should be one that's row dependent on that under copying, and then that is what connects to write the digits with a pencil. And then to make space for that row inside tracing and copying, can you move the bottom summary ones down in those? So trace 3-letter words, trace 2-letter words, copy 3-letter words, copy 2-letter words, and copy 4-letter words with a pencil. Can you move those 5 down to make space for the tracing and copying the digits? to repeat words. Okay, they gotta be the letters. I gotta be able to repeat some words. Think of a rhyming word. Well, is this guy dependent on repeat words? No, that's not dependent on repeat words at all. Well, mapping letter sounds to lowercase letters. You don't have to repeat the words for that. You do have to repeat words for saying. Okay, so that's already there. So we can have the syllables in a word. Blend sounds into a word. Let me see. So I'm just trying to get rid of this red line, which is just crossing over a bunch of stuff. So word review. I mean, at some point. Reading. Find any letter, name any letter, sound out any letter. Okay, we're gonna move these guys down here. We're gonna move this over here. We're gonna words, and then we are going to, okay, so now repeat words is going to be connected to that. And then somewhere we need to, so in order to read, we need to repeat words. But somewhere in there, what do we need this for? Repeating digits. Repeating digits can be somewhere down here. Doesn't need to be all the way up there. There we go. Repeat the claps. Repeating words. I need it to get into here. How do I get it here? How do I get it into the reading? Say a simple idea. Can I use that? It's probably a prerequisite to reading. This guy. And the digit keys. Repeating words is already in Say a Simple Idea, and Say a Simple Idea is definitely a prerequisite to reading, but we need it to move over. We can't move it over because that pushes everything else over. So we need repeat. Okay, repeat, hang on, repeat. Okay. Let's do that. And then can we please expand the language category downwards and move naming the world to the bottom of that category? And then we're going to move the repeating sounds and repeating words in its own category called repetition inside language. And then the reading category is going to be called repeating words instead of just repeating. So repeating is going to stretch across the top. It's going to be, it's going to include the repeating words and repeating sounds, but it's also going to be above naming the world. I'm going to put some more new modules there. So it's going to stretch all the way across the top inside of language. when I am on the new tool to create a new module or category, and then I click on connect in the toolbar, it asks me to create it, the dialog pops up to create a new one. The clicking on the toolbar should not pass that click through to the map. It should just switch the tool. Repeat sentences. Let's see, repeat. Repeat 2-word sentences. Repeat 3-word sentences. And connect. This goes to here. This goes to here. This goes to here. And oops, so that guy, just move over this way, connect this to this, connect this to this, this to this, this to this, this, this. All right, we are almost done. Okay, we're gonna make the tooling better there. Can you also make it so that if I'm holding shift while clicking connect, so if I've already selected a bunch, then, or sorry, so if it's before the first non-shift click, I'm gonna select all of them to be pointing to a specific one. Actually, how do you do that? Okay, sorry. Can we actually do the following? Let's redo that. Can we update the connect tool so that instead of clicking on the tail and then the head, so instead of requiring 2 clicks, it will allow me to, so I should be able to shift select at any time, not just when moving. I should be able to shift select in any tool mode. And then the shift select should not disappear when I switch tools. So my selection should stay active. And then the connect tool, I should use, how do I use it? Basically, if I have a bunch of stuff shift selected already, then the connect tool, it should be a one-time use tool. So essentially, if I click connect, then all of the things that I already selected, I click connect and then I select what to connect it to, and then it switches back to pan. So it's not a tool that's like held for an extended period of time. But I should also be able to shift click the things that are connected to. So that allows me to select a bunch of things and connect them to a bunch of things all in the same direction. So the way this would work is, let's say I'm on pan, I shift select a bunch of modules, then I click connect, then I either click once or shift click a bunch of stuff, and then I guess on the last click, which is not a shift click, no, that's not right. Can we update the map editor so that connect is not a tool? Because that doesn't allow me to easily connect many to many. So the way I want it to work is in pan mode, if I hold control, then the click does not, so first of all, shift selecting should work in all tools. So pan and move should both be allowed to shift select, and the shift select should not disappear when switching tools. And then when I'm in pan mode, if I control click on a module, what that will do is it'll take all the selected modules and it will connect them to that module as a, like from the selected modules as heads or as tails to the clicked module when I'm holding control click as the head of the arrow. Please do that. this one. Where was the... I'm trying to find the app that my colleague gave me. Oh. My workspace. Is there a way that I can share this design system with a colleague so that they can also use the map editor? No, I mean like so they can directly talk to you and make the changes. how do I share the project? Hey, sorry, my camera is. Can you hear me? Okay. 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 Yep. Okay. I mean, we don't have a lot of usage, so I feel like just something simple right now is fine. But I think eventually you can just have like a separate. I don't know if you already have a pod specifically for running Puppeteer instances, but okay. Yep. 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 Okay. Okay. Sorry, you send. Repeat the tracking information. You yep. It should not. Sorry, you're saying it should not have the tracking pixel because you're just saying because others might flag it as spam because of the track. Okay. 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 I'm a little bit suspicious of the Gmail and Microsoft claim. Slava has like there's some public test suite that shows you. I don't know if it's public. It might be. I don't know how he got it, with it, but there's a test suite that like shows you all of the flags that they look for, and like we are all agreeing on everything. And so I don't know. Maybe it's been updated, so maybe it's new. Can you ask Slava about that? Um, but sorry, I'm not sure that Slava is the right person. Like I don't know that he would be solving this, but I feel like he would know at least about it, about if there's like specific headers that need to be in there. Okay. The biggest thing I thought for the if you want to send a personal email is that the styling is like mandatory, and so you send it and it just looks different. Sure. Yeah, I agree with that. Yep. Yep. Sorry. The other thing that comes to mind is like the APX. I now that Claude can do a lot of the like UI using for you, I don't know that like I feel like everything should just be an API, and so that would be my one of my primary concerns is like can Claude use the auto message for me instead of me having to do it? Okay. I would. I mean, the thing is that it does the UI very fast. I'd start with the API and like keep the UI the same because it's the API is going to be a superset, right? Like everything that is currently possible in the UI is also possible in the API in the new API, and so I would maybe implement the API first, and then that way Claude can immediately start using it and add it to the documentation, and then after that add it to the UI as a kind of secondary. But I feel like every product now is should just be uh, like an API plus a visibility. Like that's the thing that Claude is not yet good at, and I mean it'll eventually get there. But like the value that you have in a system that's outside of Claude is that you can see like historical, like you can just see everything that happened, right? So you can see all the emails that you sent, all the people are stored, all the that's kind of like how I expect to use Moment. I don't expect to be manually composing and sending the messages anymore. To do like drafts. Yep. Yeah, you ask to set up drafts, but I'm saying like you are not the one t- like drafting the messages. Yes. Yep. Sorry, is this in Claude? What is that pages thing? Oh, sorry, you're in Claude Design. Okay. Yep. Yep. So sorry, I disagree. I disagree with both the merging and with the. Sorry, okay. I'll let you finish and then I'll give my thoughts. Okay. 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 I really like the setup for the between marketing and personal. I think that's a much better way than the way that we're doing the unsubscribes. Um, where yeah, if it's personal, it's just you must use your own domain, and then you take all the risk um, of the spam, like it all lands on your domain and not on us. So that part I really like, and then you don't have to, right? Because the way we were trying to do it is like, okay, if you have at least 50, but then that's kind of awkward because sometimes like I want to send, uh, more than 50, or I want to send less than 50, but it's still a marketing, right? So it's just like awkward. Um, so that part I really like. I disagree that merging them is the correct way to do it. I like right now, if I look at auto messages, announcements, and campaigns, none of these sound like, oh, I just want to send a one-time message to everybody. Maybe announcements sounds like that, but like I would just maybe call that like in-page announcements or something like that. Yep. But I think that the bulk messages, I feel like, does communicate that, like, hey, I want to send a one-time message to people. So I would keep that separation. And then the other thing you mentioned is what was the other thing? Did I address everything? Oh, that check mark. Sorry, that check mark. You don't need that check mark. I feel like that check mark is awkward, and it's like too late. It's too late in the. It's too late in the process. Like that needs to be exposed earlier. So that's why I feel like the sidebar is the right spot. Yep. Sorry, why wouldn't you just rename it? Just like in-page announcements or something like that. Just to make it obvious. So it's like. Can I see the main menu? So, sorry, can you show me the menu? Is it in here? I mean, I am okay with that. Yeah, you can split them. One of the things that okay, yeah, I'm okay with splitting them. So one of the things that I had in my head that like I wanted to do, but just the tool never got polished enough for me to be able to do it, is like I want to be able to actually do like this cross-modal campaign where it's like, okay, I'll send you an email and I'll send you a Twitter message and I'll do an in-page announcement, and like you're pushing on multiple different channels to like get as much distribution of the message as possible. And so from that perspective, I do feel like they are similar, but I don't know that's necessarily the thought that people will have. Um, Sorry, I actually agree with that change. I was going to make it myself because you also have call campaigns, and it's confusing to like between call campaign and work and like this campaign. It's confusing. So I agree with workflows. Okay. Have you tried using it just yourself? Like, can Claude without Moment or without Pavior push stuff? Like push messages? How hard is it? I mean, like using Mailgun or something like that. Or I guess it would have to do the setup of Mailgun, and that's you have to maintain that. Okay. So I own the domain send.email. Um, my intent for that was to basically build a Mailgun API compatible service, but just cheaper. Um, but maybe you just you reframe everything has to be an API now. So the way all the economics will just flow to the lowest cost, highest reliability API for everything, and everybody just knows what the API everybody knows how to use an API because everybody has their agent, and so every interface to do something in the world, if it does not need feedback to the human, it'll just be an API and nothing else. And so the way that I see it is okay, the raw mailing API is send.email, which should be a Mailgun clone. And then the auto messages product is a pretty thin layer on top of that, where all it does is the integration with the CRM. And so you just you and the scheduling or whatever, the workflows. So that layer. And so the only goal of that is to show the user what is going on. It's not the user is, everything is done through the API, and all you're doing is just displaying to the user, here is what's happening. I think the edit interface is almost obsolete, but not quite. So what I'm finding in using for example Claude Design is it is still annoying to describe some types of changes where they're easier. It's just I just want to edit it. And so for example, for my curriculum for the daycare, I just asked it to design a map editor for me. And so for large scale changes where I'm okay, just rename all these things and blah blah blah, I'll get it to do that. But when I want a small change, just do this, it's faster for me to just do it myself. And so that's where I'm finding that you still need the tooling, but it's much more limited than what it was before. It's almost I exactly. Yep. And that's the way have you used the edit mode, on the top right, if you hit edit? I Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff. I've never used those options, but I have edited the text. But it doesn't do it correctly, because when you edit the text, it doesn't just edit the text, it tells Claude to edit that text, which is not what I want. I want to fast, the whole point of the edit mode is when it's faster than getting the AI. That's the only time I want to use it. And so I've stopped using it. I used it a couple times, but then it's slower than just asking Claude, and I already don't like asking Claude, and so yeah. Uh, yep. Okay. Yep. 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 Even the auto messages, you're probably going to go towards a fully custom template, but just restricted on the keywords that it can use. The because in the in most mail clients, you only can use a few specific div, span, whatever tags. You can't use an iframe or whatever. And so I would even compared to having Claude, giving Claude the documentation for your template builder, I feel like it will do a likely worse job just because it's domain specific and you have like probably bugs in your implementation. It'll do a worse job, assuming you can't see the source code, right? So assuming it cannot see the source code, if you tell it to build the template in our template builder versus building it in just raw HTML, it'll probably do a better job in raw HTML because there's so much more, like the training corpus is so much bigger for the HTML. No, I would probably do it in Claude Design and then just have a documentation for how you expect the export to look like. And then you just like import from Claude or whatever. Like you just have it export, you download the zip file or the HTML file, and then you import there. I agree, it's kind of not great. It would be much nicer if it was just directly integrated. I have another idea, but again, I don't want to build it right now. This is like just too much surface area. But what you could do is you could have the same way that Claude Design like presents the thing that it's working on, like the file that you're looking at. You could have a similar thing, but just part of Pavier, but it's not like the website, but it's like you're showing the object. So like when you're using the API, there's like a live updating view of the object that's being edited. And so you tell Claude Code, hey, draft this template for me, and then you're just like sitting there refreshing a page. And so the feeling, I think that feels almost as good as Claude Design. The only difference is that it's not in one tab. You have to switch to Claude Code and then you switch back to your browser, which I think is acceptable. Like that's a very low amount of friction, and so I feel like that would probably work. Like if you have like when you open one of these auto messages, if this page was just like live updating, right? So you say Claude, build me this auto message draft to do blah blah blah, and then you see it update immediately on your page. You open it, that shows you the object, and it is live updating. So as I talk to Claude, I can just see the object, like the message updating in front of me. I feel like that is a pretty good experience. Okay. Yep. Oh, that is really good. That is really good. Um, okay, okay. Here's uh, sorry. It's not fully cooked. Okay, not a fully cooked idea, but this is like roughly the direction. Um, so we have the feedback as like a general feedback mechanism, but um, the feedback. So like when it's about, basically you have to classify the feedback. Um, so that's one thing. So basically like the feedback, is it about the product is broken, or is it about I want to do something in this product? Okay, and so the way that you use the website now, you no longer use it like I click on the links and manually navigate. What the feedback thing will do is it'll set up a session with Claude Code. Um, I guess it would need to be your personal Claude Code. So it's a little bit sketchy there. But okay, so just pretend somehow feedback is tied to my Claude Code session, and then when I ask it to do something, also on each page, there is an there's optionally, when I install it on my website, there is an API object attached to each page. And so when I click, think of like tool calling, but they're built into the page. Okay, so all the tools are per page of what I can do on this page, or even maybe globally for the site. Like what am I able to do on the site? Yeah, let's say it's globally for the site. And then I rage click on the message and I'm like, do this. And so what it will do is it'll see all the tool calls, it'll see the page that it's on, it'll classify the messages like, oh, you want me to implement something in this page, you don't want me to change the product itself. And so it'll look at all the tool calls, figure out which APIs to call in order to make those changes, and then it'll live make those changes on the object, and assuming that your web page is set up for it, the user will immediately see that feedback. Right? They'll see the message update. And the setup for this is a little bit tricky on the developer side, right? Because if I'm plugging Paviour into my product, now that means I have to tell Paviour about everything that's on every page. But also that's something that's very Claudeable, where like if I have a good prompt for how to install Paviour on my website, Claude will just be able to do that for all my pages. Yep. 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 It'll just talk to you. Like when you're in the site, you'll be talking to Claude Code, but from your website. And so yes, it'll go to that Claude Code instance that's hooked up to your again, this is your here is ambiguous. I'm not sure how, because right now it's like based on the team, but really I want my personal Claude Code. So it's a little bit unclear. But basically I would rage click, I would say what I want, and then it would figure out the APIs. It would use the APIs on my behalf with my API key. And then I would see the auto message list update with the new draft. I can then click on it, or it can even click on it for me and take me to that page. And then on that page, I can rage click again. I can say, hey, this is blah, blah, blah. And then it'll make the updates. I just immediately see the updates refresh. I feel like that is a better experience than raw Claude. Sure. I can't see your screen, by the way. It's you're only sharing the Claude app. Yep. The API key. Okay. 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 Yep. Sorry, so how are you using it? Are you using it in your Claude Code or? Okay. Like, did it fix this one? Why doesn't it respond? Like, it should respond with a screenshot of the, because before we had the problem that, like, okay, you're going through GitLab and all this stuff, but it's like you don't go through GitLab. You just, if you connect your Claude Code directly, you literally get rid of Claude from the. I mean, you still need it for the other, for like the autofiller and stuff. Although even that, I think you can do with Claude Code better. You can just expose the API. Um, like, what I'm saying is we don't need the Claude API at all. Everything goes through the agent. So you just outsource, assume there will be powerful agents. Don't build agents into the product, which is what we tried to do, right? With the like the little Sparkle and the Claude and this stuff. We were like, oh, how do we integrate into GitLab and all this stuff? I'm saying don't do that. Delete all of that from the product, and instead you just find a way to connect to the agent in a nice way where you literally implement it, and then it can just talk to you through this, right? Because like the interface here is okay. I leave a message, and then it's kind of like, okay, I don't know what happened, and so it can just talk to you. So it's like I'm interacting with Claude Code, but through this channel. I'm not talking to Claude Code. So, okay. Yep. Okay. I can still hear you. Yep. Yep. Oh, I see. You have like a one. You have a one-time key in there. Um, and is that a one-time setup, or is that a, how does that work? Okay. I see. Okay. But sorry, but you have to do it on every time I open a new Claude Code session, or how does that work? Can can you think of a way? Can you think of a way to make it not? Um, yep. Um, this is really good because if you can do this, um, oh, this is really good. The other thing that's annoying about Claude Design is I find that I'm forced into a serial workflow. Because I guess they do have the ability to spawn chats. Like you can create a new chat, but first of all, their interface is buggy, which they're gonna fix. But even then, the fact that I have to like tab switch does not it just like breaks my flow. What I really want is to leave multiple comments, and when I do that, it seems to interrupt it. Um, and then I find that I don't want to do it across screens because I'm afraid it's going to mess stuff up. Because it's just like confusing to me how the multiple thing works. Um, but if I could do it in my site where I just leave comments and it's just like a stream of thought, and then the answers just come back to me, and I'm like, okay, good, 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 good. Um, can you also get it to take a screen? Can you get it to take a screenshot? Like, can you make it so this agent session, instead of copying a link, I mean, it could be a link because you just have the instructions, but uh, the the link is not just the instructions for Moment; it's the instructions for how to set up the entire environment. So, for example, like Puppet, I want a Puppeteer instance that's able to access my environment so that I can. But how would you do Puppeteer for the way that we set up with Visor? That's annoying. That's annoying. That's annoying. Okay, so maybe don't do that. Don't do that yet, just because it's tricky, and in 3 months it'll be a better solution. Um, but basically, you have the instructions for everything about the workflow, which I assume you already have a bunch of stuff about the workflow for fetching the messages. But I'm saying like everything. So like the full, okay, an issue comes in. This is how I solve it. I use the source code from from your local repo or whatever. Make the fix, respond to the message, have something for the user, right? Because the user leaves it as the end user. Sorry, there's 47 seconds left. Do you want to send a link for your room? Um, so I feel like the crux of my thought here is Oh, why did it change that to blue? Yep. Just now? Like in between our call? I thought you were talking about the background in the. I'm a little. Oh, I see. Okay. 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 So that was not the one that was on our call that you just set the blue about. Okay. Okay. So the crux of my thought is I feel like we've discovered the correct way to integrate, which before we just had lots of different ideas, and none of them were ideal. And this feels to me like it's ideal. I feel like if you just give the tooling to the agent and make an easy way for the agent to do what it wants on your behalf, um, that is excellent. And somehow, I feel like this should tie. So the suggest should be tied into this. That's the first thing. But somehow every aspect of your product should be directly connected to your Claude Code instance. And so for the developer, let me think. I just think this needs a little bit of thought because of the developer versus end user difference. So I have an idea for this, which is that when you are logged in as the end user, you also know that you're the team user, right? Because Moment knows about that, and so you can give it a different tool surface. Like if I'm an end user, it gets one surface. If I'm a team user, it gets another surface, and maybe merges if I'm both. And so that gives you the ability to do both, and securely, because like when I'm the developer, it's like, okay, listen and respond to my messages and do all this stuff. When I'm the end user, it forwards that to the developer to act on in some way. Um, sorry, but isn't the authentication part of that link? That copy link for AI agent? No, I'm saying that would be part of your agent session. Um, you're not going to do polling because you still want the answers. You still want it to make those changes in prod, like based on feedback from prod. You just don't want to like, obviously you can't refresh. So The other thing to keep in mind is like for using it to develop Pavior is a special case because you're running Pavior locally. But for most teams, they will have their prod API key attached to their local and their test and their prod. And so it'll be one place where you do that. It's not like only in prod. So there'd have to be some way of, like, I guess they can do it through the domain, but then they'd have to instruct Claude to do it through the domain. So maybe like part of that copy link has to infer what the dev, test, and prod domains are. And if there are any other domains, and then somehow use those, like the skill would know how to behave in those environments based on the domain. Yep. Sorry, you mean better than Claude Design? Okay. But why not have like just a continuous polling where how would you do that? Like I would want to set up almost like a job where it's uh like a skill that's like anytime, like in your Claude MD, anytime Claude opens, just check this skill and make sure that you have a poller running. Yep, something like that. Yep, and then you're basically any time that you're any time that you run um, anytime that you have time block running, like you'll have, or like basically anytime that you leave the feedback, you'll have something connected to it because the skill will just be like, okay, we need at least one process. We need exactly one process running to do this polling. So set up a watcher for yourself. Let's say on the moment side, there will be a heartbeat. So it's like if it hasn't been reached in, in the last 5 seconds, if it hasn't been pulled, or last minute or whatever, then we'll let you know. And so that way you set up your Claude, excuse me, to to every minute check moment's heartbeat to make sure some other Claude process was running, and if not, then you acquire the lock, and you're the one that's pulling. And so as long as you have any, sorry. So as long as you have any Claude process running anywhere, you'll have like a Claude, like a sub agent or whatever, a sub process polling Pavior for feedback, and then gets the feedback based on the fact that you are a team user. It'll do the implementation, respond to the comment. I feel like that's a really good product. That is better than Claude's interface. That is better than every Claude product right now. No, that would be just based on the team users, right? Because you will have API access based on your ACL. So one of the problems is right now that there's one API key. So because I have one API key, it just kind of gives you God access, which is the wrong way to do it. What you should have is like permission-based API keys, the same as Stripe, right? You can you have as many API keys as you want, and each one has whatever permissions. And so by default, so then when you integrate with Claude, it does not have global permissions. It has like a personal token or whatever you call it that has all of your permissions, and it just like always has your permissions. And so with your permissions, it will know who you are. It'll know who your end user is, right? Like there's only going to be like your authenticated end user with your email or whatever. And so it will be able to know which ones are from you and which ones are from others. And so it will only act on the ones from you. So no, I'm not following. It doesn't. Because there's an HMAC. Oh, you're saying if there's no HMAC? What I don't understand. Like, yeah, they're authenticated for their own team. Their own team authenticates them for themselves. Oh, sorry. And so you're asking because I'm the team user. No, their own team is authenticated for Team Pavior, and their own team is what has the team user. Oh, sorry, but they might use an ID, for example, instead of an email. And so how do you know? How do you know the mapping? Auth at all? And can't you just keep a persistent cookie? You keep a persistent. Just anytime that cookie doesn't exist, you add a new cookie. And then what you do is you use that cookie as the, because then you'll also have the signed end user, right? And so you'll be able to connect that signed end user to the cookie. And so then if you have a signed end user, so if you don't, you just use a cookie. If you have a signed end user, then you basically expand. Well, no, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. Yeah, I don't want to expand permissions. That sounds risky. Sorry, can you show me how you do it in Prod? So like, let's say you have this. What would you do? You're manually going to copy? That seems annoying. I feel like a product that doesn't have to do that is just infinitely, not infinitely, but like much better than if I have to do that 5 times. Because I already remember it's like I had to rage click first, then I have to go to the inbox, then I have to click that link, then I have to go to my tab, then I have to paste, then I have to go back to my browser to the next one. So that's like 6 steps. That just sounds so much more annoying. I would much rather just rage click and go. That was like the whole beauty of rage click, is like I don't have. It's just like so fast. It's like literally a second and a half to get my feedback in. And so if you're going from a second and a half to 11 seconds, that's like a. But how? I that still sounds annoying. Like why should I have a backlog? I feel like you really want the AI to just respond immediately. I just feel that's so not respond, but like to act on it immediately. It's like the whole concept is you take any website and you just like what your product is to tie the AI agent into the website. And I think this is even a better product. So like, I don't know if you saw Grokbot came out recently. It was like a week ago or something like that. But basically, the idea is it's an agent, but it can see your entire screen, and so you can just say like, okay, go, like, yes. And so the problem I have with those is like I don't trust it to run on my computer and see my whole screen. And so this solves that problem because it's only within the website. So it's like, okay, I trust you with this specific website. You are able to see everything and do whatever you want. And you're not even able to see everything because I might use a specific key. So like even when I do that copy link, you generate the API key, but it might not be. I might not even give it a full-fledged API key, right? It's like I have the maximum capability is what my account is allowed, but I might give you fewer capabilities than that. And so it's like I feel like that is a better model than like the Grok bot where it's just like, okay, just see my screen and I don't know what you're uploading to their servers. Um, but it has to be it has to be real time. Okay. 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 Is that but is that something that's going to be a problem in 3 months or in 6 months? And can you not just set up your skill so that it doesn't do that? So it's like, hey, if you spent more than 4 minutes, respond saying, hey, I'm still working on this. Do you want me to keep going? And you can even link the Claude session, right? You can, because Claude has, like, I think they save everything. Yeah, it can send you a message and say, hey, this is taking a long time. What do you want me to do? You can even do something like an extension would definitely work. But the problem with an extension is, like, again, the permission. I don't trust it. I don't want to install an extension. Um, because even, like, I just feel like the surface area of damage that an extension can do is pretty much the same as just giving access to my desktop. Because, like, all my work happens in the browser anyways, and so, like, yeah, it's but you might be able to do something, not quite an extension, but something sneaky where, like, Claude will open that profile that you're already using the browser in and, like, open that website and then paste in some code that will manually set your cookie, which is, um, I mean, it's a little bit. I don't know how failure prone it is. It seems like it's likely to fail. Oh, yeah, yeah, like a one-time password. Claude will tell you the one-time password, and then all you have to do is rage click and enter the one-time password. Wait, no, hang on. That sounded more complicated than. Yep. No, because it has to work for end users too, right? Because the end user might have a question, so you can't send a message asking for a password. You get a notification on the app. Sorry, can you not use Pager because it's confusing because the end user and the team user are mixed up. Can you use, like, just do it on time block, let's say. So you give me the example on time block. I mean, you don't, just walk me through, but okay. Yep. 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 Like a note, like a conversation note. Yep. 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 Um, I think that works. It's not quite one time because like if I go to a different browser, then it's one time per one time. Is it per session or per browser? I think it's one time per device, basically. Like where a device is either a browser or a device. Uh, but then this still is a little bit janky because if an end user comes in, now you're still going to see the message from the end user, and you're going to see Claude's attempt to authenticate. Or no, okay, so here's a way. Here's a way. Um, okay, go ahead. Uh, yes, I agree with that. And you can do it, and ties into the end user flow as well, which is like you can authenticate, like do this one request or do all requests from this device. Like allow this one request to be done because if it's from an unknown end user and they give a legitimate bug, you're like, yes, I want Claude, go fix this. Or if it's me and it comes in and it's like, I don't want to just fix this one, right? Because then I'm back to like having to do every single one. I can just say, hey, this user is trusted. Do it on for every time this user does it. And then that perfectly corresponds to the fragment or the end user. So if you do the it would be a fragment, but you could choose even. So when you authenticate, you could say authenticate either the fragment on or like that specific session, or you could say authenticate that user on every device. And it pulls. Yep. Or you could even set up like server side send. I think for V1, yep, pulls is fine. I I would just do it where it's better than Claude Design. It should feel better than Claude Design, but like the same level of iteration, but just you're doing it live instead of in design. The design they're gonna have problems because there's fundamental things that they can't solve because of the way they did it. So because they own the project, um, I don't know if you how last time you said you were like gonna explore it more, but like for example, the only API that it has access to is literally to write HTML. So you can't even have Git or anything like that, and it's because if they do that, they introduce like a very large surface area for attack, and they're hosting it, and so they can't do it. Whereas for us, all we're doing is providing the APIs, and we're deferring to the agent to do everything. And so the attack area is like already we don't have to care about that because somebody else, like the user, is the one that cares about it. Um, Oh, sorry. I forgot the. We need to be able to authenticate the end user. This will be for V2, so this is not V1, but like going to a general purpose bot on your site to help you do something. We need a way for the end user. So if the end user says, "Can you do blah 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 for me?" And it is not classified as the app needs to change. It's classified as "do this for me, please." Then somehow that end user needs to be able to attach their Claude. So if you're TimeBlock, they would have their own agent. So if you're TimeBlock, you have your own agent, and you want to say, "Hey, make this auto message for me." It's like you want to just talk to the product. You want to rage click inside, right? So here you're rage clicking about the product, right? Inside TimeBlock, you're rage clicking about the product, but then inside Pavier, you're rage clicking about using Pavier. And then somebody in TimeBlock, so one of your users inside TimeBlock might want to rage click about TimeBlock, saying, "Hey, create this set of recipes for me." And they'll want to connect their agent, right? You don't want to use your agent for that because that's expensive. You want them to use their agent. I agree. Yes, with TimeBlock, yes, most people probably don't have agents. Okay. Anyways, we'll leave that for V2. That one needs more thought. But for the developer case, I feel like the angle we have is really good. Okay. I would just ask Claude. I think human review is obsolete. You can ask. Okay, I would ask Tam to do a Claude review, where he trusts it. You can also like it is a better engineer than I am. It's better than every engineer that I've worked with, and so I just I I don't trust human review anymore. You find bugs, but you don't. I find bugs less frequently than I do with human developers. Sure. Yep. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye bye. Can you please update? So first of all, make a backup of the existing map, because I don't want to, just in case we screw something up, I don't want to have to try to find a way to undo it. And then can you please look at the file that I'm uploading and look at all of the modules. Each row in the CSV is a module that may or may not exist in your existing file or in the existing map. And what I want you to do is to put a module somewhere on this map. You are allowed to move modules vertically and horizontally. You are allowed to move modules only You are allowed to move categories vertically. You are not allowed to move modules. You can only expand modules or expand categories vertically and horizontally, which would, if you expand them vertically, it would push everything, and same with horizontally. You may not move any modules at all. So I want you to put all of the new modules, and I want you to color all of the new modules in a yellow, a bright yellow, so that, or let's do purple, in a bright purple, so that I can review what you've added and where you've added it. And I want you to make all the necessary connections following all of the rules. And wherever possible, a connection should be only to the next column. So try not to make connections across multiple columns if possible. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but when we make connections to the next column, then it's guaranteed not to intersect. If we make connections to faraway columns, then they might intersect. And so we would like most, if not all, connections to be to the immediate next column. So a module in column A should connect to a module in column A+1. But the important thing is that the existing layout must not change. So you have to work around the existing layout. All you can do is move categories, entire categories vertically. You can separate current categories, but you cannot move within a module. Within a category, you cannot move modules. You must keep them the way that they are. Okay, so the duplicates, I agree, all four are duplicates. For where the sheet is wrong, of those I would not add. I would add copy own first name, and I would add identifies the smallest of three circles. I would not add the 4 letters in own name or the legible letters from models. Those are sufficiently covered by other modules. The review modules can be included. The ones that you flagged as duplicate, your own duplicate flags, it looks like there's attempts at raking grasp and successful raking grasp. And so those ones maybe it makes sense to add those. So maybe add change the existing one to attempts raking grasp, and then one in between raking grasp and pincer grasp to successful raking grasp. For jump and throw, can you make it more clear that it's jump with both feet and throw overhand? So just rename the IDs of the modules and the descriptions to match the ASQ ones. Recognize directions, that's supposed to be, where is that? That's actually talking about directions like up, down. So that does not follow a simple direction. The title for that is wrong. That's supposed to be recognizing up, down, left, right. And so following verbal directions is missing, actually. So we need to add modules for following verbal directions, and we need to update the title for follow a simple direction, because it's recognizing up, left, down, right, or rather up and down, and then left and right are probably later on. So maybe you replace that with 2. Okay, and then the other ones I think you correctly identified as duplicates. For the overlapping clusters, I would use the ASQ breakdown. So if there are multiple, turns head side to side, briefly lifts head, holds head elevated, holds head upright, and looks around. I would use those categories rather than the single tummy lift head. I would also use the 2-hand support. I would also use their categories for 2-hand support, 1-hand support, and primary way of moving. So I would break our modules up into those more individual ones and rename the IDs. Roles, I'm not sure what your overlapping cluster is. That just sounds like it's a duplicate. So the roll from back to tummy is the same as roll over back to front. Sits with hand support, sits upright without hand support, hold head steady while supported sitting. I believe those are duplicates. I'm not sure what you're suggesting should be different. Let me see. Oh, I see. So it looks like we're missing the sit up with head steady. So let's add that. So let's add that module. And then let's add the stacking breakdown that they've added. So you use their breakdown. So 2, 3, 6, 7 versus just our one broad category for stacking. For the distinct ones, hold pencil is the same as the adult-like pencil grasp. So unless they use multiple ways, if ASQ has multiple pencil grasps, we should use those. But if there's only one, then hold pencil is the one, the adult-like pencil grasp. Opens and closes, child-safe scissors. If that's the only scissor skill, then that's what we have. But if there's multiple scissor skills, I want each multiple one to be on the map, matching the ASQ ones. Repeats 2, 3 numbers in order. We don't have that, so that one should be added. Repeats syllables. So we have repeats words, but not repeats syllables. So I would maybe put that. Is there a repeats words in the ASQ? If there is, I would use the same order as the ASQ. Visually follows a moving person. I would add that. That's distinct from tracking objects and tracking a face. Follows at least 3 simple directions. I would add that. Follows 3 unrelated directions in sequence. I would add that. Supplies common opposite words. We already have that in speak opposites. From word laughs, read words with GH as in laugh. No, laughs is a separate skill. It has nothing to do with reading words. Scribbles independently. Sitting up independently. Yeah, those scribbles independently is separate. Bangs 2 objects together. That's separate. Count 2 groups together. You know, bangs 2 objects together is a new skill. Squats to retrieve an object is a new skill. Yeah, all of those should be new skills. Hey, how's it going? I took a break for a couple hours, so I'm just adding. My colleague from the daycare gave me a list of the. So she gave me this feedback, and then she also gave me a giant list of. Let me open it here. Is it? Where is it? Let me find it. 1 second. No, not this one. Oh, come on. This is... Okay, it's not showing on my screen. but she gave me a big list of skills from so in Michigan they have a like the state has specific criteria that they use to test children in daycares to see their development, and so there's like hundreds of questions there specifically around early development that I'm incorporating right now. So it's things like, can they follow simple instructions? Can they even the ones that we have, like, they're more granular, so at different stages of development. So for example, lifting your head up while on their tummy, so a baby can do that, but there's also a separate skill of like being able to turn their head or being able to hold their head lifted and look around. So essentially we're just getting very granular into the early childhood development so that we have an accurate baseline, because our goal is to use this for the daycare. Right now there's like, when a child comes in, we have to test them to see where they sit, and so our goal is to use the app to kind of automatically highlight areas where kids might not be meeting the standard. And again, we're aiming to be much faster than the standard. But if there are any kids that are behind, for example, when they start, we want to just like be able to flag that to parents, or if we have to recruit a specialist or something, we want to very quickly be able to identify where that child is sitting. And the state guidelines are much more granular than the ones that we have so far specifically for early development. How do I add? Okay, so for the sitting cluster, the self-support neck, is that meant to be? I don't know that that's while sitting. Can you? Sorry, I need to see the map. You've replaced the map with the questionnaire. I prefer if you put the questionnaires in the chat, so that way I can see the map, because I can't look at what you're saying. So I can't answer that first question yet. You need to just ask me again in the chat. For walking, same thing. I just need all these questions in the chat, please, because I can't see what you're asking about. So I have a text to speech. Basically, when I talk to Claude, it's faster to talk than to type, and also it's better for the stream because I don't have to, like, it's kind of boring to watch somebody type. Whereas if I'm talking, then at least you can follow along with my reasoning. And so I have this thing called Open Whisper, which basically anytime I say something, like, I can hit F8, and then whatever I say, it'll type into the text box that I have focused. Okay, self-support neck. Sitting up independently. No, the self-support neck is actually meant to be for when they're sitting on their tummy. So when they're lying down on their tummy and they're able to lift and support their neck. I believe that's what that's referring to, because it comes before sitting without support. So it wouldn't make sense that was that's a sitting one. So supporting independently is like when you're holding the baby. So like if you hold the baby in your arms and they're able to support their neck, so they're able to keep their head up, and you don't have to like cradle their neck anymore. That's what that's referring to. So let's update the title of that to make it more clear that that's what we're talking about. And then that is, sorry, I guess that is kind of holds head steady while supported sitting. Okay, I agree with that. I would just make that title a little bit more descriptive. Again, the ASQ ones are, well, hang on. No. Self-support neck. So this is being able to support their neck, but they're not yet able to sit, right? So this is like at, I want to say like roughly 3 months, let's say, right? Where they're, or maybe 4 months, where they're not yet able to sit without support. Sorry, sitting with support, sitting up independently. So sitting up independently is they are lying down and then they need to get up by themselves. Sitting without sitting without support is if I put them in a sitting position, then they're able to sit up without me holding them. Okay. Supporting neck independently is if I'm holding them in my arms, they are able to hold their neck and their head up without me having to hold it. So I'm pretty sure we're missing some from the ASQ. Okay, and then okay, walk supported. I don't think we have that. Walk holding on, walk unaided. Walk supported. Okay. Walk holding on, walk unaided. Those titles are bad. I would use the ASQ titles for that. I think gross motor is a reasonable place to put that in. It's okay, but the categories are not super important. But I do think that the ASQ modules are important. So the steps, the fact that they have 6 steps, cruises along furniture, 2-hand balance support, etc. I think those are important. So we should have all 6 of those as independent steps rather than just the couple that we have. Block stacking. I would not only retitle stacking, but I would also re-ID it, because those are stacking and stacks 2 small blocks those are 2 different. You know, the ID has to match the title. Do we have a fine motor category? I don't remember where the fine motor category is. I'm okay if you want to rename hands to fine motor. I think that's probably okay. I don't know that it specifically has to be called hands, but I think all of that stuff should be in early development. Jump throw. Scissors, sorry, scissors. So scissors. Yeah, we should have both of the ASQ ones. And make sure, again, re-ID it and retitle it. The IDs for now are, we can change them if they don't make sense. So for the scissors, we want the same scissor modules that the ASQ has. I don't understand what uses refined pincer grasp without hand support means. Can you explain what that means from the ASQ? Like, how is that different than a normal pincer grasp? For drinking from cup, yes, we should use the ASQ ones. So use the 2 of them rather than just the 1. For puts on a coat, jacket, or t-shirt, yeah, ours are better because it's more granular. Repeats longer sentences accurately. So it depends. Repeat sentences is okay for that, but only if that's the only one about repeating sentences. So does the ASQ have other ones about repeating sentences? Again, we want kind of like the most granular possible interpretation. Name 5 different colors. Speak colors is okay. Yep. ID for the style. Recommend terse house style matching what's there now. Head steady supported sit. Stack 3 blocks. Walk 1 hand. Yes, the ID style should be the terse style, but the title should be the ASQ style title. Sorry, H1404 is a good, better than ChatGPT. I thought you can't talk to cloud voice chat, only chat. So basically, it's a service. You pay like $8 a month for it. I think they just use the ChatGPT API, and so I guess they use Whisper under the hood. And so you talk to it, it'll use ChatGPT to give you the text from your voice, and then it'll use something like xdotool on Linux. I don't know what on Windows. There's probably in macOS there's probably similar APIs, and so it'll use whatever API to insert text into your focused spot. So yeah, it's just a little service that basically bridges the API to your operating system so that you can talk into any text box. And it's just convenient that you don't have to type. That's the only thing. It takes a little bit less time. Okay, and there was more feedback here somewhere. No, not this one. Where's the feedback I had? Refined pincer versus normal pincer uses pincer grasp for a tiny object, picks up a crumb-sized object using the tips of the thumb and one finger, picks up tiny objects with thumb and fingertip without resting the hand or arm on the table. Okay, so yeah, I think that's okay. Yes, so for the refined pincer versus normal pincer, I want to include the ASQ's wording, so there should be 2 modules. And for repeat sentences, well, so hang on. So it has repeat 2-word sentences and repeat sentences. Okay, so the ASQ's one is not as large as that, or as granular as that. But imitates a 2-word phrase. Imitates a 2-word phrase. Yes. Yeah, so the repeat sentences we don't have to cover. We've already covered. No, it's in the phdev repository. Okay, so we added a bunch of stuff. All right, let's see what it looks like. Okay, so we got a bunch of purple. Looks at nearby objects. Okay. Makes early vocal sounds. Early communication. Babbling. Okay. Repeats syllables. And that is tied to looks at nearby objects. Okay, those arms and legs. Duly. All right, this is gonna take a while to untangle. What are you trying to regenerate from the backups? I don't understand. can you temporarily relax the constraint that arrows can't go backwards? And that way you can connect all of the new modules to their correct dependencies and dependents in the existing structure. And so I just want to see what it would look like with the backwards arrows, and then we'll fix it from there. And the other thing we want to make sure is that there should be no blue modules, meaning there should be no dead end modules, unless it is the last the only time it's acceptable to have a blue dead end module is when it's at the end of a category, and that's also the end of the global category. So it has to be like the very last module with nothing to its right. Those are okay to be blue. The other ones that you added that were, well, so sorry, so that only applies to the ones that you added. If I added something and it was blue and it wasn't at the end, that's okay. But if it was something you added and it was blue, please make sure that it is connected to something. So we don't want any dead end categories unless they are actually at the end, at the very right of the curriculum. And the same way, we don't want any green modules except for introduction to presupply.com. So all the modules, even if it has to do with a backwards arrow, all the modules have to have a dependency on something, with the exception of introduction to presupply.com. That one, there's no exceptions. No, I don't want you to tighten anything. I just want you to add the arrows. Don't move any modules. Just add the arrows, and it's okay if they're backwards. They don't have to all be. There can be dead ends. There just can't be sources. So some of them might need to be dead ends, right? Because they're at the end of a category, and that category might not have anything like after it. So, for example, what's a good example? Like sports, for example, or climbs a playground ladder and slides independently. Comes forward at least 6 inches. Like, for example, washes hands and face independently is not a prerequisite for use the toilet. They might be able to use the toilet but still need help with washing their hands and face. And for example, you have usually takes turns and shares with other children. You have it as a prerequisite. You have a cycle. Returns a ball to continue a back and forth game. So yeah, definitely you have to have a constraint in the dependency check that checks for cycles. There should be no cycles allowed, and you're okay to have dead ends if they don't make sense. If they don't have any natural things that they are dependencies of, don't force a dependency where it shouldn't exist. Can you explain why recognizing feeding cues is dependent on putting on trousers? That makes no sense. No, the rule for finding the nearest module that doesn't create a cycle, that's not the rule. The rule is find the module that makes sense. I don't care how close it is on the graph. I care how close it is semantically. Can you please review all of the dependencies that you added and make sure that they are correct semantically? So I don't care if the arrows go backwards directionally, but I care that they are semantically correct. So you can't have babbling depending on putting on pants. That's the wrong semantic order. It has to be semantically correct. Please review every single edge that you added. right, let's see. Are we still doing stupid stuff? Can you take a look at all of our existing edges that were there before you added your modules? And in the chat, so don't modify the map, but in the chat, can you identify a list of dependencies that are not correct based on basically any conflicts with the ASQ dependencies? So if there's something that we created a dependency for that is backwards from what ASQ would expect, can you please highlight those in the chat? Does turning toward a sound really come after looks toward a toy placed in front? Sorry, can you describe the difference between the early orienting response and 6-month localization? Okay, can we rename the ID of turn towards a sound to be that later one? And I guess change the title as well to make it more clear what it is, and then add another module that's the early did they react at all, and it should be a direct dependency of the one that's currently there. And can you delete the attention and sound to category since it's now empty? But please don't resize the early development category because we're going to need to move some stuff around. If it would push getting started to a negative column, can you just re-index everything starting at 0 but the same relative column positions? No, I want you to apply its row shift correctly. Okay, so everything has to happen. But if anything ends up negative, then just re-index everything to start from 0. So whatever the smallest number is in the negatives, re-index that to be 0, and then add that amount to everything else to get it back to 0. Sorry, I meant apply its column shift correctly. What's the difference between smiles responsively at another person and social smiles and signs of affection?